How we doing, everybody? Welcome to this episode of Getting Jiggly. Oh, today we're getting it painted with a little bit more, little bit of sound over there as usual. A little bit more Marvel United minis. Of course, we have to get these painted for. I can't do that. Those are extra soon. We gotta get these painted for our Megaverse campaign. So, of course, next Monday we're doing Rhino and the Spiders. So we at least need Rhino and the Spiders done. I think it's Spider-Man 2099 and Spider-Woman. So we have to at least get them done. I have a little bit of time for Scarlet Spider and Hawkeye, I think. I gotta check. So when are we doing? When are we doing them? I might need my regular glasses back. Oh, there we go. I can read over there. All right, so we're doing. What are we doing today? We're doing Rhino. Or Monday, we're doing Rhino. Today we did Immortus. You guys can watch that on the channel. That didn't go well. But yeah, Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, Spider-Man 2099, and then Doctor Doom. So again, I've already got all them painted, so we're good. Magneto's the following week, so we have to do the X-Men. And then Taskmaster is the following week, and I will need, yeah, we'll need Hawkeye for that. And then that following Friday will be Spider. So, oh, that's going to be fun. Because next Friday we're picking Audrey up from the airport. So maybe I'll do a Saturday paint stream to do the X-Men. But then that still means I need to get Hawkeye and Scarlet Spider. So we're going to try to get everything I've got down here done. Normally it takes me about an hour-ish per mini. And I've been doing 4-ish hour streams. Rhino's gray. I really hope I can get him done like in 30 minutes or less. Normally I bounce around and I'm slightly quicker and I'm not like talking in between maybe. But we will see. Let's go ahead and get us flipped on over. I think that's the right one. Yeah, it's always fun to see if I can get the zoom just right. Cause like I thought it was like a perfect zoom and I was like, oh, okay. And then as soon as I lifted the holder, it was like, nope. That's not going to work. All right, let me move the wet palette over a key. Over a key. My phone's kind of in the way. Where do you want to be, phone? Where do you want to be? You be right there on the laptop? That's a good spot for you. All right. All right. Let's get some wetness on top. So hopefully, I got the fan turned off this weekend. So hopefully it doesn't do what happened last time and it starts to dry. Now, technically, Rhino's already gray, but I think like this gray is fine for like his shoulder pads and stuff, but he's just a slightly lighter gray, and I'd rather him being slightly lighter. I made the same statement before about like when something's gray and the mini's already gray because of my primer, it's like, well, I could just leave him that color, but I don't like that. So, let's see, where can we go from here? What do I have in between? I have Filthy Cape. I didn't shake any of these is the problem. Ash Gray was from last week, and I forget how dark that was. Oh, I guess I can see here. That might, yeah, I might be able to go with Ash Gray. And I think at least I've used this one recently, so, and I put the ball bearings in it, I think. I think that sounds like ball bearings and not just paint flopping around. We will find out. We will see. All right. Let's see how well this does. And then this time I put I cut the paper longer, so now it's going end to end. I've also got more water in the palette. Yeah. Like I said, last week was just weird. Like I have never had my wet palette do that, where it was basically, it was like rolling up on itself at each of the paint spots. It was just, I'm guessing because the paint was drying, so it was doing that. So it's like, I've never had that happen before. All right, let's get this watered down just a little bit. Do our Bob Ross impression. Some happy little lines right here. Do some happy little lines. The only problem is I painted on his shoulder pad, so even the gray primer for the shoulder pad is no longer of value to me. So he can actually, at one point I know he couldn't take the suit off. And I think he can take the suit off now. But the problem is I don't know if this was from comics I did it or somebody else was talking about it or whether it was, I'm reading, or not reading, I was listening to books on tape when I had my long drive to work before they let me work from home for a bit. And what is it? Darkest Hour, Darkest something. It's a book or a comic adaptation. And he was talking about, like, you know, he tried to go and be a different type of mercenary, like hired mercenary, and everybody just wanted the Rhino. Like, they wanted the Rhino. And so when he wasn't wearing his Rhino outfit, like, nobody took him seriously. So he basically just stays in the Rhino outfit. I'm about to say, he's got to be able to take it off, because otherwise, you know, how would he do certain things, bodily functions? I don't think it would work very well. So I do need to, I've heard there's an errata for him, so you don't die on the first turn. So I need to pull that out. I think what it is, I think the errata is just go through his deck and find one of the non-BAM cards, and you pull that out and put it on top, kind of like a starting card. Because that was like with the Mortis. So Mortis, most of his cards have BAM. And if you got a BAM at the very beginning, because most of the I was going to say side schemes. Most of the threats involved damage to adjacent zones, right? So it's like if he bammed on his first turn, you know, everybody be taken between, it could be between 2 and 3 damage right off the bat. So everybody could be knocked out. So that was one of the nice things they did in the later Marvel Uniteds, right? Is they added that starting hand card so that doesn't happen. Because I think another one that's real bad like that is the Green Goblin. I think he has a card as well that if you pull that, it does 3 damage, so it's basically a total wipe right at the beginning. Or maybe, like I said, maybe the same thing. It's a combination of his BAM plus the BAMs on his locations. I don't remember. I don't know if we played Green Goblin. I think we have played Green Goblin on the channel. Yes, I'm getting it on these edges. I mean, I should have just been more. If I didn't want to have to paint over the primer, I should have just been a little more careful. Although the problem is, like, some of the primer and some of the deep crevices didn't cover all the way anyways. So it's probably better I paint over it anyways. I thought I had a gray that's almost identical to this primer, which I used for, like, touching up before. I'll have to see. There, I'm at kneecap. And so he has hooves in the picture. So I'm guessing he has hooves here too. I'll just paint them gray for now. Yeah, so mine usually have a little bit of the under plastic still showing, so the red or the blue. And it's just because, like, I don't want to oversaturate. I've done that before, and I had to completely strip the mini back down. It's just not hard to do, just not fun to do. So sometimes I go a little bit lighter. Alright, let's see here. I guess that's kind of a nice thing about the being gray on gray is even though I miss it, it just kind of looks like a shadow a little bit, I guess. Got to get under his armpits though. There's some under there. Just an entire thigh. Thunder thighs. One little Bella hair right there was kind of getting to me. Move a cup a little bit, Will. Last thing I need is to pull the wrong way and the whole cup comes down with the water and all. All right, so we need a slightly darker gray. What's this? I got Mountain Stone. What was this one? This was ash gray. I got Dungeon Gray. This might be too dark. Yeah, this is probably too dark. Probably need to go with the Dungeon Gray. And Dark Stone's going to be too much. Uniform Gray. He is wearing a uniform. I think Uniform Gray has a little bit of blue in it, though. I think I'll go with Dungeon Gray. I don't know the difference. Somebody would have to tell me if they know. The difference of when they use white lettering versus black lettering. I've noticed that sometimes. Like, see, that one's got black lettering. That one has white lettering. I don't know. There may not be a difference. Oh, maybe it's a different. Ah, this has the two mixing balls in it. Ah, maybe that's when they switched to the mixing balls. Nope, scratch that theory. Dark Stone doesn't have the mixing balls. I don't know. I don't know the difference. Yeah, this might take a while. I've never used this one before. Here you go. Rhino, charge. Move clockwise to the next location with any heroes, and bam. So I think this is the card that you don't want on top because he'll bam and then he does 3 damage. Where we go? Right there. There's the sweet spot. I let you out, sweetie, before we started this. You went out, you barked, you went back in, I gave you a biscuit. We're in here now. You wanted to come in here before me, actually. I was half tempted to do the stream tomorrow. But you acted like you wanted to come back here. Oops. A bit too much. That's okay. Goes down the side, gives me a better visibility. Alright, let's try to be a little bit more genteel with this one. Let's try to get outside the lines. Oops. It's a little bit extra water on the palette, so this is going to be a little thinner than I want it to be. What color are his... I got to find out what color are the... spikes. Maybe the light... probably the light gray would make... If I want it to stand out, I'm going to have to do the light gray. Yeah, it's really thin. Oh, that's really thin. I'm gonna be careful because I don't want it to drip down. Let's try to take some of this off. And this is really, really close to the color of the primer. Went down into the. I mean, that should dry because I mean it's water, but it went down into the details there. All right. Yeah, so I shook every single color except for grays. Shook the other colors that I thought I was going to need. Before I started, I didn't grab any grays because I think in the back of my mind I was still thinking, I was like, I can just leave it the primer color. But I knew that wasn't going to be the case. I don't know why I even thought that. All right, there's a two-piece mold and didn't go all the way down. Light gray didn't go all the way down into the crack, so it's kind of got a hard edge. I mentioned last week that like we used to, when we first started painting, I was like, oh, I'm going to do it like I see all the people on TV. I'm going to get rid of the mold lines. I'm going to do this and that, and I'm going to fill in all the gaps. And I was like, I did that like a couple times, and I'm like, that's taking me longer than it takes me to paint sometimes. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I got too many minis to paint. And honestly, I don't think it makes that big of a difference to your overall paint job to warrant the time and effort. Yeah, if you're trying to do a display piece and trying to win a competition with it, yeah, get rid of every mold line, fill every crack. But if you're just painting for your board games, it's a waste of time. Yeah, looking good. Looking good there, Rhino. so. Man, I'm gonna put some, see if I can get some light gray in that gap, because it's bothering me. Like, even from, like, normally I'd be like, okay, it's only visible like if I was looking down at it, but no, it's visible from looking up at it too. No, that ain't gonna cook. That's not gonna fill in. That's fine. That's what it is. All right. I think that's pretty good. Like I said, I think he'll be pretty quick. Yeah. Okay. So his horns are the same colors as. Oops. Horns are the same colors as horns. So we want a. We had an ivory, right? We would use the ivory, but we're gonna go with a bone. Do I have bone? I have off-white. Should have a bone. I've got the crushed skull, but I think the crushed skull is a little bit too green, but I guess we'll try it. Yeah, because the bone white, I think is gonna be too tan. We'll see. And again, same thing. I mix my normal white. I usually use linen white for my white because it's just a slight off-white. And therefore I didn't shake any of my other ones. All right. How delicate am I going to need to be? Yes, that's gonna probably take a couple coats. Yeah, this might work. I don't know. Like I said, it looks kind of green, but maybe on its own it doesn't. Can't really tell as much. All right, I'm gonna do all these little spikes. got these rings on it. I guess, yeah, the rings are raised parts, so I'll have to repaint those then. They got a little white on them, so I'll have to repaint those gray. Sometimes I can keep that smooth line, and sometimes I can't, and then I get out of the lines. Yeah, that one I'm just like, if I could tap it, I'm calling that one done, because there's no way I was going to get in there and be able to get all the sides probably really well without getting it all over everything else. All right, let's do our second coat. I thin this a little bit more, that way the top coat goes on a little bit smoother, because that's a problem with white. It gets kind of chalky. All right. Little one's on his leg. His face, that's pretty much it. I mean, he doesn't have that's why I figured he would be a quick one, because he doesn't have much else. Just a couple grays, a little bit of white for the horns and the spikes. I had to look. I had to look at the picture. So I was saying something in the last time that it seems like every single bad guy's eyes are just white, but he actually has small little pupils. Oh, I forgot his toenails. Nope, can't forget the toenails. Almost I can barely see them. There's one. All right, they're much, so the toenails are much bigger in the picture than they are on his actual foot. His foot, they look more like actual, like, you know, toenails on the end, not like big, long, gangly things. No, I can barely see. Let's just a couple taps. Tippy tippy tap. That'll get covered up by base anyways when I color the base. All right, how am I going to get those ones? That's going to require the other glasses. That's going to require my x-ray glasses. I can't see anything back in there. Looks like more like a toe than a nail. It's kind of weird because he's crushing through. It's like, what's his nail and what's his foot and what's the concrete underneath? I don't know. And I could paint it to paint it. It's got a crease, so that's why I'm not sure if that's supposed to be like his toe or a nail. Guess if that's his toe, then that would be a nail. So we'll just paint it as a nail. Sure, why not? That's way up in there. No one's gonna look for that anyways. No one except for me, knowing if I did or didn't paint it, is gonna look for that anyways. All right, so we need flesh tone. This pale flesh is the one I use the most. It's a good, it's the WizKids Vallejo pale flesh. It's a pretty good pale flesh. If you want one that's more pinky. I've got another one that's, I think it's the Reaper that I use if I want a little bit paler flesh. It's kind of weird. The pale flesh isn't really pale, it's pinky, it's peach. And the pale flesh, or the not pale flesh, is pale flesh. That's probably a little bit too much because Jessica Walters and Hawkeye are a little bit less pale flesh. The problem is this is going to need 2 coats too. Depending how badly I do his eyes, I might need like 5 coats. So we'll let him dry. We'll go ahead and do. Wasn't planning on doing her in this color, but that's fine. I've got plenty of it on my palette now. At least get the first coat on them. So I don't paint the eyes. Instead, I just do the streaks across the glasses because I'm not. I've seen some, and I don't know why. Like in the art, yeah, it looks good, but like I see it on people's minis where they paint the eyes under the glasses, and I don't know. It kind of looks goofy to me. It like it looks like painted on eyes, right? On something. So what we did with Wasp, because I think she was one of the few that we've had that had the glasses like that. We just painted her glasses and then did the lighter color streak like they've got in the picture. Called it a day. No, he's not. He doesn't have sleeves. All right, coat number 2 on everybody. It's got thinner though. See, I was even going to make it zoom like at this level because I knew I kept doing that in the last videos, which actually I shouldn't be. I should be kind of up anyways for better for your posture and your back. I think the reason I do it too is that when I have it pulled back, the lights are right there. So of course, hard for me to sometimes tell. All right, and second coat on Clint. And we can finish up Rhino. There we go. All right. First goes, I have to do a third coat, but it's on the palette, so I can always do another coat. All right, so, ooh, I got right down on the side of his face. I don't know how I did that. Let's get our touch-ups. Let me get a little bit of, gotta get the dark around the horns because that's where the horns were kind of bleeding out. Oops, and then hit his entire ear with the white. Didn't even notice that until I went to look. I was like, oh, did I get white around the where the upper horns are? Well, yes, I did, because I got his entire. Actually, I said his ear, but that's the fake eyeball in his rhino hat. Silly rhino hat. There we go. God, always got to find that sweet spot. It's hard to find that sweet spot again. Alright, so we need my off-white for his eyes. No, I didn't put the black first for the. I guess I can just use the dark gray. It's already have it out. All right. All right. It's got a little bit darker eyeshadow than I think you should have, but what you gonna do? And the really fun part. if I'm gonna be able to get his eyes. Where's that sweet spot? There we go. There's that sweet spot. Yeah, it's not too bad. I think I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Alright. We need... Where's my rose? Rose. Rose. I used it last week. Must not have painted the lid. And spaceship exterior. Soil. Mummy robes. Huh. That's purple. It was like a pinkish, it was a pinkish purple, which is fine, but it was like something rose. That's what I get for not putting it on the top of the lid. I don't think it was over there. Ooh, watch out. Rhino. Pale flesh. Pretty brown. Oh, yeah, this was it. Yeah. Brown rose. Weird, I don't know why I've got it over there. I guess because I couldn't put it in with the brown, so I put it over with the flesh colors. I was smart enough this time to get my Q-tips, or my toothpicks. I think that went all the way down. Nope. It's only certain bottles that do it too. That it really gets caked into the neck of the bottle. I don't know why. All this work just so I can color the inside of his mouth. Because I don't think I need it for anybody else's mouth. That's a lot of extra paint on the palette, though. I don't need that much. I only need a little bit for his mouth. Get back in there. Alright, let's see what happens if I go this way. Oh, there it is. There it is. There's the... Yeah, it just all dried up in the... Got all gloopy and dried up inside of the neck. So I'll put a little bit on the top this time, Will, so we don't forget about it. Alright, now I got muddy rose all over my fingers. Alright, all that You know, all that just for that. This was one of my first brushes, and yeah, this is one of those. They say you can heat up the ends and get them to reflatten, but this has that wonderful curl because, you know, I still haven't gotten that technique down of rolling the brush as you paint, so that way you're constantly pushing on different sides. Let's give you some teethers. Right now it looks like, you know, Spider-Man knocked them all out. There we go. Looking pretty good. All right, now, yeah, he's going through a street. So, I need my... I was going to say wolf gray, but yeah, I guess I got to do wolf gray, because if I do regular gray, it's just going to blend in with him. So I got to go with my staple wolf gray. The problem is, like, all the other wolf grays I have look like they're more in, like, the... a purpley wolf gray instead of a blue wolf gray. And this is the one I always use for my bases, and I'm running out. So I bought, and the reason that's why I bought more wolf gray because of my bases. I use it for, you know, a lot of my bases because it makes a good concrete base before you put the wash on it. But like, none of them are the same color. I'm way over there, guys. Sorry. There's a bunch of like wires and things hanging out too, so I gotta color them a color. Not sure what color. Technically, I could make them black. I mean, it would make it really matter. Yeah, the way they did his foot in this concrete is like it's really hard to tell where's foot begin and where's concrete begin. Some areas, it's just the mold just molded it all together. All right, what do we got left? Weird spots under here. All right, so we got some kind of corrugated wire and a non-corrugated wire. So I think the corrugated wire, I'll just paint that black. And I normally paint the wires red and blue. Not sure why, but that's what I've always done. texture of the light gray was in there messing me up. A little bit of blue. I mean, I'm going to need it for Spider-Man anyways, but... And same with the red. I need a little bit, but... Just give me a little bit for now. Where these wires go, they just kind of go off into nowhere. Oh, okay, there's a conduit there. Where'd the blue one go then? Just right next to it? All right. Now we gotta get it to dry though. I should probably paint that conduit box. Yeah. And that to dry because I don't want to put the wash on it before it's dry. And then streets. Streets get this one, which takes a long time to ship. takes a long time to shake, even with the ball bearings in it. Normally I have to put it on the vortex, which is probably what I should have done. But instead I'm here, sitting here shaking, going click, 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 click. All right. Get off the ring, get our black ring, and we will be done with Rhino. And it still took me about an hour. I'm like, oh, it won't take me an hour to do Rhino. It took an hour to do Rhino. Nope. There's more black. There it is. All right. So this black, as I mentioned in pretty much every video, this is actually on a big container of like an artist black paint. Works good for base rings. So. Honestly, I mean, it's a high enough body paint to probably use it for actual black painting too if I wanted to. I say high enough body, but it is kind of thin. Like if I pull over it more than once, it does kind of pull away a little bit. So it was a huge bottle when Joann Fabrics closed. It was a huge bottle for, you know, clearance, 80% off type deal. So I'm like, can always use more black. I think I bought more bottles of black paint than any other color, so I'm like, works for me. Yep. Oh, he got a boo-boo on his knee from the wash. We'll take care of it. The wash. There we go. Make sure I didn't hit anywhere else while I was doing it. No, it's there, it looks like. All right, one down. There we go. There we go. Yeah. That's what I said. Even like something simple like that, it was only a couple colors, still took forever. All things considered. All right, let's go with... Let's do the same thing. Let's go with somebody who's only like 2 colors and take another hour, because reasons. There we go. What's he standing? He's standing on some kind of grates. Okay, so that'll be like he's brushed metal for that, and then probably the same thing. I'll probably use that same wash on top because it kind of gives it like a rusty look. The only problem is he has a Bella hair, but besides that, he's got his spider and stuff on his chest, and all that stuff's red. So red doesn't cover over top of blue very easy. So I need to try to be as careful as possible because even the gray is gonna be hard to cover. Yeah, I'm probably gonna paint over everything anyways. I'm gonna try to be careful if I want. Well, not to say if I want to. I can try to be as careful as I can. I'll probably still mess up. This was kind of thin last time, so I'm going to an extra take. Yes, these were the old Army Painter War Pants. These aren't the new Fanatics, so they're a little thin if you don't get them shaken up enough. All right. Problem is I gotta get, there's a bunch of little dots that I've also got to get into with blue. I like this blue. This is a pretty blue. So one thing is kind of weird. So there's two Spider-Man 2099s because timey-wimey shenanigans. So there's actually two versions of 2099. There was the original 2099 universe, and then like recently they did like a retcon and got rid of that universe and created a new 2099 universe. Not sure why they had to do that, but you know. Like, it's even weird to read in the comics because you're thinking, oh, okay, no, this is the 2099. That's the one we know. That's 2099. And it's like, oh, somewhere along the way, something happens, and of course it alters the timeline because, I mean, that's the whole point, right? Miguel O'Hara goes back to try to make his future not overrun by Alchemax. And of course, you can't fix the future. Like, you know, if any show, any movie, anything and we know, you can't fix the future. Except for Days of Future Past. They seem to fix the future in the movies. So yeah, so basically he makes the future different but the same. And then like, I read something involved Doom in 2099 is the same Doom because he gets time displaced. And then, like, they show before Miguel O'Hara becomes Spider-Man, and like his brother steals his tech or something so they can prove that Alchemax is bad. Alchemax, because he used his tech when he wasn't supposed to use the tech because his brother used it right. So they flagged him and then kill his brother. So then he's like, oh no, I gotta be Spider-Man. And the person he meets is actually himself from the 616 version that, you know, grew old to run into the 2099 version. It's weird. It's all timey-wimey shenanigans. So he's got these arrows on his wrist, but they really didn't do a good job molding the arrows. I'm gonna do this. Going back behind like this. And some of these are just weird spots to get into. So I do like this blue. What was that blue called? This is Dark Sky. It's pretty blue. Oh, speaking of. Paint the top. Alright, so let's see. He's only got this little eye mask thing around, so the rest of it's all blue. Yeah, I feel like that's just going to be a... I'm just going to have fun painting the red. I think I think at the end of the day, that's going to be the net result, is just having fun painting the red. So I have to get into all... See, there's just has all these little divots in between everything. Yep. I had to get his eyes, and it's just painted over it, so it's like, oh well. It's like down here, same problem. I've got to get down into all these little crevices. So it's just better to paint over it and deal with the red, I guess. So I have to get down in there. Kind of like when I painted Ironheart, she was supposed to have like a lightning bolt on her chest. According to the art, it was like a, you know, a definite lightning bolt. But I looked at a bunch of people's, after I painted mine, I looked at other people's paintings, and it's like nobody painted a lightning bolt because the shape was so globular round that they made. that it didn't look like a lightning bolt, so most people didn't attempt to paint outside the lines. Ooh. That's why we have the mat here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A little bit in the back of the head. There we go. Don't know if this is a gloss or a matte, but of course I'll varnish him, so that'll tone all that down. Alright, so if I do my burnt umber before the red, it actually should make the red a little bit easier. Problem is that blue needs to dry, so let's do his cloak. My favorite color in the world, Wolf's Gray. So I didn't know what color to do it. In one picture, it looks, you know, more transparent, like it's supposed to be, you know, like webs. So it looks more like a light blue gray. But in the front picture, it doesn't. In front, it looks like darker because of the way they shaded it, I guess. Wasn't sure what color to do it. I remember what it was. Yeah, they did the new Spider-Man 2099, I think, in the original campaign. So when they did the multiverse, they brought back this one because this is the one everybody wanted. Yeah, because the one they did was the one that was in the comics at the time. And that outfit. But everybody knows this outfit from the original 1990s comic series. The multiverse really laid heavy into the 90s vibes with the outfits and stuff. Yeah, same as the X-Men. The X-Men, a lot of their outfits were 90s outfits. else do we need? Extra paint right there because it's bleeding off. A smaller brush for that. Looks kind of plain without his red. I mean, he looks very plain. I mean, that's all he is. He's this and then red. All right, so let's do that. Let's get the burnt. Oh, yeah, I needed to touch up the. Yeah, that got some. That's cute. So this is another one that I like. It's the Parasite Brown. I really like this brown. Yeah, because the fur brown isn't enough orange. And then I've got this red terracotta, which I think is too much orange. I think I do have a color that matches it. I think because I had this one, because I've got like a bunch of bottles that aren't in here. So I think I've got a replacement for this one. But it's just a nice red brown. It's hard to explain. Like I said, it makes good. I think this is the color I did for Black Widow's hair, because it makes a good redhead without being red, like, because it's a reddy orange. Honestly, even this terracotta would probably look okay as a redhead for red hair too. That's newer. I didn't have that plan. All right, so let's do all of our red with this first. We'll paint our red over top of it. See, that's what I knew would happen. Is it would go down inside of that hole. And then I got to paint back out that hole again. Although, as long as it doesn't get too much, I can just use a very watered down amount and push it down in there. So. We'll just go. Get someone's leg. All right, X-ray goggles time. That was getting too difficult. I couldn't see the difference of where his leg crease was and where they tried to make the mark. Because in the art it looks like it's kind of short, but on the mini it looks like it really goes down far. Yeah, it kind of does. One part is I get to do this all over again. To do it twice. Yeah, it's not perfect. I'm gonna have to do some blue touch-ups too. Oh, well. So. All right, and then the last part is the mask. All right. That hurts the eyes. I mean, it gives you zoom, but it's like, like a little bit too much. Woo. All right. I was thinking, oh, Rhino's going to be the easy one. No, Miguel O'Hara is much easier. All right. And red. So I've been using this darker red, this flat red from Vallejo. I'm going to try the pure red from Army Painter. But then I also have a dark red, Scarlet Blood, which isn't really dark. Actually, this is kind of lighter than that other one. I do have a dark red. I don't know what happened to it though. Maybe I ran out. Maybe this is what's supposed to replace it. A little bit extra because I don't need that for Spider-Woman. I don't know why I took the X-ray goggles off. Guess I don't need it now because now I can see where everything is because I've painted it brown. I just need to be delicate. Let's do these first. Let's get some of this extra paint off of these first. There we go. Yeah, this red pops pretty good. I mean, honestly, be a little bit too bright. Because that's weird. That ruddy, the brown, the parasite brown was almost the color that looked good on that blue. All right. Forgot to do the lid. All right. There we go. I don't even know if I need to debate whether, like, if I'm going to need a second coat or not. Some touch up maybe. One more on his mask and we'll be good. We will be good. Good, good, good. Twist the brush, we'll twist the brush. Yeah, it's a pretty good looking fellow there. All right. So now we gotta do the blue touch up. I noticed I missed his shoulder. And I hit his leg about 4 times. And his one eye actually isn't filled in. I actually did pretty good, all things considering, with the rest of the red and the blue. I didn't hit that many spots. Yeah. I think I did hit the webbing though. Just a touch. That's pretty much it. I mean, that's all there is to him. I mean, I guess I could do like a wash on his webbing to make it stand out more. Problem is, I did that wash on Immortus, and it didn't lighten up at all like I thought it was going to. I thought I had a really light wash. Maybe I usually dilute it more, so it's almost like water. I'm afraid to do his cloak. I mean, it'll make the thing stand out. Maybe I'll try. Well, I'll do. Well, I wasn't. No, I was going to do that on his base, not normal. All right, so let's. Got a mechanical base, but I don't want that on mechanical, the floor, so let's make the floor, let's make it gray, still darker, or the mid gray that we had. Yeah, I'm doing that, and the primer gray would have been perfectly, perfectly fine. All right. Then we'll just make these little pipe things a little bit darker color and call it that. So make it a darker color, and like I said, that gray is really pretty much my primer gray. I mean, I can't tell if it's like a slight shade lighter or darker. I can't. Gunmetal. Oh, I've got a bigger gunmetal. I got plate mail. Yeah, I think I have another gunmetal. I have wrought iron too. What color is wrought iron? Wrought. Words. Maybe I'll do one in each. Why not? That way it doesn't look so samey. I don't know if I have. Yeah, I don't know if the beads are in this one or not. Look at you. You. Water in both. Yeah, I think I've used this before. I don't want this overpowering, so I'm going to make this the smaller one. Yeah, it's like a dark bronze almost. Oh, is this rod? This the gunmetal is almost the same color as the primer too, so it's like if the light doesn't hit it just right, can't tell if I painted it or not. All right, let me do our wash. So this stuff settles so quick. It actually dries pretty quick too, because oops, I'm just taking too long. Like Rhino's almost dry, pretty much. See, it just adds a little bit. Like it looks very brown, like, but once it's done, like it settles so much with this. like it's, you know, oiled earth. It just looks really good. Now, I've never like really let it pull up to see what happens if you pull up a lot. Like to see if it looks like oil. Like you can see in there, right? Well, you can't see in there because it's not in the camera. It was black, and as soon as I squirt that in there, it gets all brown again. That's probably too much. I guess everybody's getting this as their base color. You missed the napkin, hit the gaming table. Let me get some of this out of the top here. All right, let's get our rim done. I know what I could do. I bet you my runic gray speed paint, if I wash that, if I dilute that enough, maybe a 1:2 ratio with the speed paint medium. That should go good on the gray. So, because I've done that before. I've used that runic gray when I did my black and grayscale Scarface 1920 minis. So I did like a grayscale technique with a single accent color. It's on my Instagram. And so like that runic gray kind of almost looks like the wolf's blue, the wolf's gray to a little bit. So that would probably work. So let's see here. Yeah, there's my runic gray. See, so when it really just adds a little bit of color. So that'll probably be just enough to get into the I don't know if you have to actually shake speed paint medium or not. So let's do one of my favorite colors. I can't be out. Oh, no, it was just stopped up. Oh, that was way more than I wanted. Oh. So now I'm going to have to figure out how to do this. All right, so let's just take a glop of this, put it in there. That was way more than I wanted. We'll do about, I guess, 5 drops of that. I can always make this. Yeah, that's good. Oops, I think I forgot to. I did. I forgot to get that stuff off my brush first. That was not smart, Bill. It's okay. these big splotches off. Lots of big splotches on the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. All right there. Saw you in the camera, buddy. Yeah, it's much better. I like that a lot better. The bottom's got it really got into the details in the bottom because it all rolled under the from the top to the bottom. Soak up a little more from the bottom. Yeah, I think we are good to go with Spider-Man 2099. Just gotta keep checking these spots that are getting kind of too much. All right, buddy. I guess worst case, I'll just have to put a little diluted Wolf's Gray on the upper areas to make it stand out if it gets too bad. All right. So next that we have to do is Spider-Woman. So we'll do Spider-Woman next. Although technically, Scarlet Spider is another one that's easy. He's two colors again. Actually, so is Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman is only red and yellow. Yeah, she's mostly red and yellow, plus her hair. This necromantic cloak. Although I might mix a little bit. I think I might mix a little. See, it's got this, like, it made the highlights blue, so I think I'm going to mix a little bit of this blue in with the necromantic cloak. See what I can do. All right, pixie brush. Let's take a scoop of you. Scoop of you. Need more necromantic cloak. It's got just a hint of blue to it. We'll see how this comes out. We might need. It may not come how I want it to be, but always paint over it. Wondering why she's pink. She's pink from last week's video. I've got too much pink on my palette, and I'm like, well, I need to make her red eventually, so let's color paint her now. So the pink is really for the yellow, but it'll provide an, I don't know if it'll be a good base coat, but a base coat for the red. That red was pretty good though, so it'd probably cover okay. Yeah, we'll see how that looks after we get the red on. I think with the red, it won't look like, I mean, it looks blue. I mean, it looks blue in the picture, although there now it looks black because, like, they use the same artist and the same colorist. And it's crazy how, like, oh, here we made her hair black. Here we made it black with the blue highlights. Crazy artists. All right. There it is. Time for red. I think her boots are red too. No, her boots are yellow. Boots are yellow. Of course it'd be yellow. Why would you make a line on something? It's gonna be the same color. She's tiny. compared to the last two that I painted. Like every little bit of her's tiny. The paint's just a little thin, so it makes bubbles. So I was like, oh, she's got a bubble butt. At least I'm amusing myself. I really didn't draw a very good line for the back side of that boot, so I can't tell where's pant and where's boot. I think I went over the line. Yeah. So boot goes right up all the way. Okay. All right. Now the mask. Oh, I missed her nose. Nose is actually outside of the mask. Bella is snoring up a storm, man. Like she's chopping down the whole forest. Chainsaw going off. Alright, how am I going to get this? Better question is, how am I going to get the yellow on the glove, or am I just going to have the back part of that glove red? There we go. I guess let's get the yellow on there. Then we'll do the black. She's got like black lines. You gotta do her lips. I gotta fix her nose. Let me fix that nose because that's gonna take probably more than one coat. There we go. All right. So yeah, she's got this steel thing she's standing on. So same thing. I just use the gunmetal and probably the wrought iron, or whatever that was. Something iron. Something iron. I don't need a lot of yellow. She doesn't have much on. All right. Oh, yellow. This does not want to color ever. I mean, even this one, which is, you know, using the pink trick, just not wanting to cover. I was debating using mine. So I've got a paint yellow, same as the paint black that I've got. I think it's like cadmium yellow. So it's got that actual real pigment in it, which means you definitely don't want to ingest that one. And I realized when I primed, I was priming all my minis for painting. And I bought yellow specifically for the X-Men. And of course I primed all the X-Men in gray instead of my yellow primer. Whew. Oh man, yellow is not fun. All right, we're gonna start from the beginning again. Blending stippling seems to be working the best instead of actually using the paint to paint. All right. Whew. That was a little bit of something. I'll let that dry. Let's work on some other stuff for a minute. Nope. All right. Same thing. I think I'm gonna make hers. Use the wolf gray for her webbing, and then same thing. I'll use that wash because that came out pretty good on Scarlet Spider. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Well, hers are the opposite. Her webbing sticking up, not down, so it won't go inside like his did. Maybe I won't. Yeah, I think her hair came out fine. It's got just a hint of blue, but like you really can't tell once, like I said, once I got all reds and stuff on it. There's some red that needs touching up. Let's thin this down a little bit. Not touching up, but like there's the dark grays kind of poking through a little bit. Saw some are here too. Yeah. There we go. I'm going to do one more coat of yellow. I'm just going to make sure it's really pull it out into here to make sure it's really diluted. That way it doesn't get on too thick. Yeah, right. And X-ray goggles. So I gotta do the black lining now. So she's got black lining around her goggles, eyes, triangles. She's got a V on her chest, and then around the sides, around the boots. Yeah. Definitely X-ray goggle time. Right. The problem with these, with the, as I call them, the X-ray goggles, is I can't see what I'm doing over on the wet palette because I'm needing reading glasses now. So because I need reading glasses, I can't see like in front of my face. Is not working like I want it to. Don't know why. It's like this brush is not, it's lost its point completely somehow. It's like I should have a nice point still, but it's completely lost its point. I mean, I'm even spinning it on the wet palette and it's lost its point. It's like, and this paint isn't wanting to come off the brush either is kind of a problem. So it's like I'm having to push, and then of course it hits where it shouldn't hit. And it's going fatter than I want it to. Oh, this is the concentration time. Hold your breath. Alright, and the mask. Oh, mask and a triangle. Sheesh. Come on. Right in the middle. And it's just the tip of this thing is just like not even close to trying to stay as a tip. It's like, and I've only been using it a couple times this evening, so it's like, why? I don't think this is an older one. I think it's a newer one. And that's what I don't understand. Like when I watch people, you know, painting with the big, fat, huge brushes, and it's like it stays as a perfect point. I'm like, how? I can't get mine to stay as partial point for more than 5 seconds. Let's try the super fine detail one then. I mean, even though it's got that hook, at least even with it with the hook, it seems to have a better point than that other one. I can actually aim the hook down too, so. This is going to be the fun part, trying to cover up black with yellow. It's beesies. Actually, let me finish this up just a little bit. One little black line I want to do down here. Right. Oops. Just tap some of that off. And a little bit of red touch up right here. What on beesies? Mask looks okay. Yeah, I think we're good. Alright, let me let the Bella out. I'll take a quick break myself, and I will be right back. Okay. Here we go. All right, so we gotta do our base. So I think we'll just do the dark gray on the bottom. I mean, I guess the question, do I want it as light as his? So then I do the wolf gray. Scarlet Spiders, his came out really dark. Yeah. I think I'll do the, or not Scarlet Spider, but 2099. So yeah, I think we'll do the wolf gray. Because yeah, did I do the medium gray? Yeah, I did the medium gray on his. It still came out really dark. The more when I Discord, they're they're doing their homebrew stuff, and in the AI homebrew, I guess for art, right, to try to make art for the game, because it's just for their own use. So it's like, paying an artist for something for a character that they want in the game, and I guess it's not cost effective, I guess is the way I guess. I mean, you could probably get somebody on Fiverr, because it used to be like $5. Anybody would do anything for $5, but now it's it's whatever they want to charge. But I would imagine somebody would probably charge, because for our mascot, and this was years ago, I think it was at least $25 probably. And for our caricatures, that was probably $50 each caricature, maybe. So yeah. So just for fun, right? Somebody just making something that they want to use themselves for fun. But either way, I digress on that. But what they were doing is talking about the difference between chibi, like normal chibi, short chibi, like different chibi. So that way, I guess it makes the character look right. And they were talking about how, like, the difference between season 1 minis and the later season minis is they started getting a little bit more longer proportions in the later seasons. And then like the DC ones are like the longest proportions, right, of all of them. So it's kind of, I was gonna say it's kind of neat to see that, but it's like, I mean, if I hadn't gone in there and read that, I wouldn't have seen that or known that. But it's kind of, I don't know. I kind of said that with like the Hulk is like the biggest example of, like, I want to say a glow up, but like his original model is just not, it's not good to begin with. Like, it's not a very good model. Like, I don't remember going back and looking at what the original Spider-Man model was that everybody complained about. And then they updated to his current look. But like, I would have been screaming about the Hulk, because like his model is just, it's bad. And then you see like the scaling, right? He's the same, because again, it's based on that dysmorphic chibi style. He's the same proportions as everybody else. And then now they don't worry about that proportioning, right? So now he's like, the World Breaker one, he's like huge in comparison to everybody else. So it's kind of, I don't know, that kind of, it bothers my OCD when things aren't the same scale and quality as time goes on. I get your art's better, your molding stuff's better, whatnot. Your artists get better. It's like, it looks weird when you have them together on the same table. Like we did the, who did I fault? Maestro, right? It just, the Hulk was kind of weird compared to even She-Hulk, right? It's just a weird size, shape, proportions. Yeah, but I was thinking that when they were revealing it, I think that's like a lot of the mini people that paint minis and like the minis, were like, hoping like, oh, can you give us a glow up pack for some of the original characters that didn't get a second version, or even the original characters themselves with their cards. These kind of packs aren't out of the ordinary either. Like the Marvel Zombies had, they called them artist packs, you know, Marvel Zombies, but technically they could do the same thing. Because I can't remember if it was the same, it's been the same artist all 4 seasons. Another one of those hold your breath moments. Trying to get around these feet. And the nice thing about this gunmetal and the primer I use is they're such close colors that if you don't paint a piece, it's not as noticeable. But if I don't paint over where there's yellow and pink, that's a little noticeable. That's good. Just a yellow spot in the back of this one boot. Where's that tiny brush? That tiny brush worked much better. Where'd you go? There it is. Even with this stupid little hook on the tiny brush. Yeah, that other one just lost its tip completely. I don't know why. I wanted to cover up that black. There we go. There she is. She came out good. Alright, so now we just need to wash the base. And we should be good. So stir, 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 stir. Why? Because you are not brown anymore. There we go. There's the brown. I don't know why I did that. I was like, I need to wipe the brush off. No, you gotta rinse the wash out first before you wipe the brush off. Well, come on. Yes, I think Scarlet Spider, he's gonna be pretty quick. Hawkeye, not so sure. Okay. So other people they did theirs. I mean I've always done black rim because that's the YouTube videos and everybody says, oh, you do black rim base, but like a lot of other people were doing theirs like the red or the blue or the purple to match what the characters are. So it's easier for you to know that, oh, this is hero or this is anti-hero. Me, on the other hand, I mean, it doesn't make that big of a difference. What are we doing, Beans? We just went out, sweetie. So normally I don't have to touch up the bottom of this base like that. That's weird. Maybe I didn't get all of the wash off. It's not sticking as well as it should. And you got a spot right there. All right. Get back behind me. All right, 2 left. That's 12, 16. Yeah, I should be able to get both these done. So I've been going to close to 2, so. Like I said, all he is basically red, blue, silver belt, white eyes, silver gauntlets, red feet. Yeah. A lot of red. All right, let's get the red on there because I know it's probably going to take 2 coats. So I can, while that's drying, I can then get the I can do another color. It's amazing that I said it, I put the red as a base coat on Spider-Woman, and I'm like, oh, it's probably not the best thing for a base coat, but it actually did a good job because this is not covering him quite so well. Get a little bit more water in there, maybe. That was probably a bad idea, Will. So now it's probably going to bubble on me. That was way over there, guys. Way over there. have to look. I can't remember what color his spider symbol is on the back of his jacket. I don't know if it's white or if it's red. Thinking it's red. There go those bubbles. Uh-oh, no more bubbles. Super simple. You know, you know. Or you have a 2-year-old. Alright. Look what that did. Problem with red, it's thick and thin all at the same time, so it's like it gets gloopy sometimes. Like it'll be thin in one spot and then just get gloopy in another. It's a very weird color. Yellow kind of does the same thing. Let's let that dry. Do this sweatshirt. So I need to look up. I imagine it's. Well, no, the one on the front of his shirt's black, so maybe it's probably black on the front and the back. Then I'll look it up anyways. It's probably black. It's probably black on the front and the back. Great responsibility. 2 action tokens. For each civilian rescued with this special effect, at the end of your turn, gain a wild resource. It's actually pretty nice. Pretty nice. Where's my... I like it better when it forms around the legs and you can pop the whole thing off. When it just sticks there. No bueno. This is probably going to need 2 coats as well. Oh, missed part of his pants. And I'm painting his belt. which means that's probably supposed to be red under here, between the belt and the shirt. So I have to go back and figure out how to do that. That was going to be a problem. Trying to get around the hood and not get all over the face, but the mask or the face. That wasn't happening. So troglodyte blue. I like this troglodyte blue. It's a pretty color too. Got a lot of pretty colors tonight. All my blues have been pretty. I guess the pretty blues are here to compensate for the pain in the butt red and the pain in the butt yellow. Okay. Alright, so I gotta get the red up inside of shirt, or yeah, in between the shirt and the belt. There we go. Alright, so second coat for red. A Scarlet Spider should have used the Scarlet paint. Gonna need a third coat or not. Guess we will see. Do another coat on the jacket just to make sure. A little bit lighter. Guaranteed to have to touch up the same spot like 5 times because I just keep getting on top of it. See, I don't know what color that. Well, I know that, like I said, I know the black front one's black. Let me see if I can find a picture of the back. Approved for my Grubhub guarantee. Of course I am. The guy was freaking 20 minutes late. Food was cold. What am I looking up? Oh yeah, Scarlet Spider. Scarlet Spider. What shirt? Back. I highly doubt that's going to get me one now. That's what I figured. That was going to get me a comic book. Although it's black in that one. Like the ones that they sell is black. Hoodie drawing is black. Do comic book. They keep showing them from the front. All the hoodies show, like all the ones you can buy show it in black, but like, I don't know if those are official Marvel products, you know what I mean? Let me just try Scarlet Spider comics. Oops, that is not how you spell comics. Comics. Yeah, there's one there, but like, it doesn't even have it on the back of that one. I wonder if he's even supposed to have it on the back, but because of the, they're used to him. See, like, this is art, and that's kind of on the back. We'll just go with black, I guess. We will go with black, I guess. Plug you back in, phone. Right, I gotta do his eyes too, and that's gonna take more than one coat. Bleached linen. Problem with the problem with these, so the ball bearings getting stuck in a lot of them, but like these lids, I've noticed they get stuck in them like a lot worse. Like to even where if you kind of shake them sideways to kind of get it out, they don't really, it doesn't really come out. What's kind of weird about his is they gave him the same raised section around his eyes, but his aren't black like most of the other spiders. Their raised pieces are black. It's kind of weird. It makes them easy to paint them, but then I gotta paint that piece either white or red. What big eyes you have, Grandma? What big eyes you have, Aunt May? I don't know why I'm doing the red touch-ups. I was going to do a whole nother coat of red, I think. Maybe not. I mean, he looks pretty good. There's still just some areas that like on top of his head still kind of dark. And down here it's kind of dark and splotchy. Red is just not a good color or to paint with. Alright. I painted him for. I think he's from the Spider-Geddon box, and so we painted this. I've already painted the entire Spider-Geddon box once before, but we did it as a giveaway for Extra Life. So here I am painting them all again. Same as the X-Men. I got to paint the X-Men next weekend, and I've painted that entire box before. Yeah, but it's for charity. It's for a good cause. I was thinking that the other two legs should be going under a little bit higher, and I was like, where are they at? It's right up here above the strings. The problem is I got a little bit of paint down in the gap. I don't think I'm going to be able to. If I get this thin enough, I can just get it to drop down in there. Again, I don't know why I was doing that. I'm going to do a third coat of red. So it should be a really thin coat. No, I think that's white, some red splatters in his eyeball. Get his belt. And we do the base. Go. All right. Yeah, so let's talk about the way this stuff works. That is so awesome. I love that stuff. Glad I got a big bottle of it, because I don't know if I'll ever find that again, because I think I got it. It was on clearance at a shop once. Was it on clearance? No, $6.49. No, well, it wasn't on clearance. So my local game shop. So I did a collection tour, which will be up on the channel. But I talked about my local game shop, or the local game shop here when we moved here. Was going out of business, and so like they basically had all that stuff on clearance. Plate mail. I don't want to do. I don't want to do the. I think that's too dark. See, when I painted him last time, I honestly cannot remember how I did his gauntlets. Then again, I couldn't remember what color the spider was, so. I guess I could have looked up my own pictures. I think I posted them on Instagram. Definitely going to pull up my Noir, my Spider-Man Noir, because, like, I painted him. It was awesome looking. And so I got to remember how I did it. Alright. Do some red touchy-ups. There he is, Scarlet Spider-Man. Alright, I think I'm going to do that dark gray, light gray, green? Or is this wood? Stone or wood? I don't know what he's standing on. I think it's stone. This looks like stone. Yeah, because it's probably supposed to be like maybe like a gravestone. I don't know. This is rough on the eyes. Alright, only got Hawkeye after this, though. Alright, here we go. What are we doing? Might have some red touching up again because some of these spots are just so tiny to get in there. Need a tiny brush. This is a tiny spot. Where did my wet palette board go? Alright. So I need something for the grass. I don't think I want the grass that bright. Kind of green. Well, you know you're a dog, right? And she's a cat. Bella is afraid of jelly beans. Weird thing is, jelly beans is technically afraid of Bella, so it's a very weird situation. Jelly beans is very skittish. Alright. Do I do the same color? See, I think I want this runic gray is the thing. The base, yeah, I could do this piece, but I think I want this piece runic gray. Put that up, I need it. See if we can do this right this time. Oh, I still have it in there. I just need the dilution. No, I did want to do the runic gray on her. It's not going to come out the same as, like I said, 2099. His webs are on the outside, hers are on the inside, so this may not work very well. Alright, and base ring. Well, don't try to paint a base ring while if you don't wipe off the wash. I'll have to check on that one. Okay, Hawkeye. You're the next contestant. Actually, you're the final contestant. One. Paint that mini! Alright, so he is mostly wearing black. Black, his quiver's gray, his pants are gray? Huh. Do a quick look up of that. Marvel, United, Hawkeye. They did black on black, they did black on black. The official Simon one did black on black. Official image is more of a lighter color. It's supposed to be black on black. Since I don't use solid black, I think I'll be fine. Because I use the necromantic cloak. Yeah, it's like black on black on black. Like even his boots are black. So I can see why they made this lighter. Because his boots are black. So should I make his pants? Yeah, I could do necromantic cloak for his pants and then use actual black for everything else. Yeah, let's try that, I guess. I don't usually go solid. Well, I used to go solid black, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal because Black Widow uses solid black, and then so does Ant-Man. I use solid black, so that's fine. I just think if I don't split this up, then like his boots are just going to look the same color as his pants, or it's going to be the same color as his shirt. Thinking, I don't remember if I think I time-stamped all the other videos, but now I don't remember. Let's flip this purple over so it gets out of the... Okay, so... Well, I was wondering whether or not how well this would do as an actual paint, so we're going to find out. So this is that artist black, because it was already on my palette.
And purple down the center. So that's purple, and then there's a line in the middle that's purple. His straps are black, but I guess I'll use the necromantic cloak. And then it looks like the purple goes up onto his sleeve too. I know this, it's like really shiny, but it dries matte. It looks like a stark difference right now because it's still wet, but it dries really matte. Okay, so. Oh, his undershirt's like necromantic cloak too. Worry about that or not. So that's kind of hard to get to. I suppose purple, he would be a very plain mini. And I decided to paint these black. It's better give it black and then try to paint over it with the metallic then. And then, you know, it can act as a partial shadow. It's kind of weird. His shirt kind of comes out underneath his belt.
Yeah, even with that necromantic cloak, it's like it's still just barely a shade difference.
Let's do his hair, because if we don't do his hair now, it's going to take like 3 coats. I know it. There's desert brown. It's going to take some shaking. That's too much. Well, not really. I'm just going to do the base too. Okay. Just a spot. Hi, Jelly Jellies.
Psst, psst, psst. I don't know what she's doing.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 coats too. All right. It's almost.
Yeah, let's get this purple on there so it looks like we've accomplished something. Oops, that's a strap. Yeah, it was like a little bit of texture, so it was like two different lines there, and I'm like, why are there two lines? It's because the one's strapped to his quiver. It's the same thing on this side. Can't tell where it is on this side. We'll go with that. Can't really tell. Dang it. Might be messed up on the second strap. It doesn't seem to meet up where it's supposed to meet up. Where is that strap going? I'll just say it goes over here. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of... Didn't draw the line on the
this other side is good. Trying to figure out where the strap is versus the purple shoulder piece. It's kind of hard. I guess this is supposed to be. The purple shoulder piece. It can't be the purple shoulder base. Dang it, this is so weird on this side. That's the purple shoulder piece. This piece is the black shirt. All right, let's see here. All right, these glasses. All right, so we got to do the glasses purple. Get that done. Got to get his eyebrows. He needs another coat on his face too. Did I do another coat on her? I guess I did, maybe when I was painting her. Alright. Okay, you're not supposed to have a beard. I think did he ever did have a beard in the comics? I imagine they ended up giving everybody a beard at some point in time. Need some purple down in there. Alright, fix that again for the third time. Had the purple on my brush, and I didn't do his glasses. Easy still has your cough. Kind of sucks. Still haven't figured out what it is. Goes to the vet. I think March for annual checkup, so they'll probably tell us. Alright. So it's still wet. Well, it was wet until I shoved my finger in it. I gotta make him stand out somehow. We'll make his bow silver. I just made it light gray, but this way at least it has some kind of oomph to it. Get his base done. We are done. So, do this filling. There's dirt here. These bases don't make sense. Like he's like, there's a grate underneath of them, but then it's just like rocks on top of it. Like, are they saying no matter where the Avengers go, destruction follows? So it's just every city they're in is just destroyed, I guess. Alright, so yeah, I think that was still gonna be good. Yeah, this is still good. I got a grate in here. I need to make a color. Any color. Alright, let's remember to wipe this off this time before we do the base ring because it causes problems being still on there. All right, final reveal time, I guess. Ooh. All of our beautiful work that we did this evening. So there we go. That is the Hawkeye. But yes, I don't do his eyes. It looks so fake on here because you have to be able to get that depth perception just right. So I just do the lines on the glasses. But yeah, there he is. Those should be a different color. Good. Go ahead and make them. Always catch something whenever you're doing your reveal. It's like, oh yeah. Way too much paint on there. I gotta fix that. I gotta fix this part on the inside. I did an extra coat on his face, and I didn't do an extra coat on his arms. Hawkeye is done. Yeah, it's the Hawkeye. That base paint dries pretty quick too. I don't know how to get them off right now. We have Scarlet Spider. That runic added just a little bit in some of the areas, but because it's so flat, it didn't really work out the way I wanted it to. We have Spider-Woman. And like I said, because of the webbing, the way they got the webbing, and you can't, the runic didn't really sit into any crevices or anything on her. Touch up. That's the other one. We got Mr. 2099. So I really like this blue. It's shiny though, so once it gets varnished, that'll calm down. But yeah, so like, because his webbing went in, it was able to sit in the crevices a little bit better with the wash. So it looks pretty good. I like how that turned out now. And then Rhino. Rhino's strongest one there is. Like I said, and I thought, oh, he's gonna be easy. He's all gray. Nope, he took longer than some of the other ones. All right, guys, there we go. That is the painting for this evening. Oh man, that is something else on the eyes. If you guys want to see the gameplay that all of these will be in, make sure you hit the subscribe button, bell notification that we do go live with our Marvel United Megaverse gameplays. If you want to come out and just listen to the music and chill and chat, well, make sure that you hit those notify me. That way, next time I do a painting video, you guys come out, hang out, chat, ask questions. Otherwise, guys, it is late. It is 2 a.m. where I am right now. So we're going to bed, and we'll see you next time. Peace.